We're live, I guess, I believe. So we do have quite a lot to do today. Let me just resize my chat on the side for later purposes. And we should be good. Okay, I can't downside this. It's alright. So today we are starting a new project. So starting is quite a big word because I did a lot of planning for this one, to be honest. I had a lot of hours in the train. So, yeah, a lot of times to think ahead. And I wanted to try using a new application, which is I Can Plan. Because I've been using Obsidian so far, and it's not really dedicated for this kind of usage. Yes, yes. So yeah, I actually want to try this. I have no idea how this works. So this will be part of starting all this. So at the moment, can I actually just create a simple task list? Here we have the backlog, the boards, pre-productions, sprint one. All right, new task. Okay. So we can create tasks and assign categories. That's fair. Can I create new categories? Because right now I'm in a project management mindset, so I would like to have this project management boards. That's kind of overwhelming, but we will manage to get out of this. Backlog, so here we have the backlog, and how do I create things in there? Probably create tasks. Art, design, writing, marketing, sound. And we have Yuri who tags in, so hey, good evening to you too. I can't remember what time you have, but I believe it's 2032 for you. If I remember correctly. Not sure. So here we have ideas. So would that go in project management? Not really. Huh. At the moment, that will go in design. Okay. So first we have, well, it's not really design, but whatever. Oh, they're actually here. Huh. So we have programming, design, writing, marketing, which is not really part of the game right now, sound, ideas. So that would probably go in ideas. That's the most fitting area. You didn't know my time. I think you did mention it. I don't know why. I'm from Estonia, so it's 2033. Yeah. I don't know. I think once you said what time it was for you, like 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and that's how I computed that. So it's quite far because honestly, if we just watch a map of Europe, the idea that we have only 1 hour difference, like give me a map. Just give me the map. All right, you won't give me the map. Like, yeah, I'm around here, and that's only 1 hour difference. Like, all this is 1 hour. That's a little bit crazy to me. So anyway, First, we will have to create the Godot project. So I'm gonna create this, and this create a task. Okay, what can we do with that task? We can change stage, importance, description, subtasks. Okay, so let's create a few more. We will want to create a GitHub repository like this, and we probably want to set up a few tasks. Well, that's my favorite task, right? The task is setting up new tasks. That's kind of special of mine. And as well, we want to, so this will be in a different category, design writing, probably programming. We will be configuring Godot projects. Okay. Today I want to tick things, so that's what we will do. So we have boards, pre-production, sprint 1, and can I bring things in there? I don't know. Do I have to assign? Assigning story, add to story. Group by design elements. By the way, you will have to tell me for the sound, because I've changed the microphone recently, so I don't really know. Can I just drag it? Nope. Move to in progress. Add users, send to board. Pre-production sprint 1. Okay, we will do that. We will. Wait. What did I do to have the contextual? And now I don't have it. Okay, I lost it. So there's a button I can click. That's interesting. Here we have the boards, pre-production, sprint 1, and we have one thing in there. Just need to bring the other ones. Give me my tasks. Like, if I do like this. Nope. Okay, we have the contextual again. Send to board. Okay, we can work it. This application looks almost exactly like Jira, but a bit adjusted for game there. So yeah, I didn't use Jira, but I've seen Hypergame Dev use Hack and Plan, and that looked cool. But yeah, it's a Kanban, so sound is okay though. That's great to hear. And on the side, I'm mining runes because I unlocked runes. So that's gonna be the AFK thing on the side. I just hope that the sound doesn't get too low when I speak, when I turn around, because I didn't install the arm yet. I do have an arm, but since I'm moving in like 5 days, I'm not going to install it. So anyway, nope. We want to go in that sprint 1, and we will start by creating the Godot project, like that's a given. So yeah, let's create a new project in Documents, Godot, and here we'll have, it's gonna be lowercase. That's gonna be Project Wuxia at the moment. Just don't like that I do have to type or whatever. So I don't know if you guys have followed what I told about this project. I think I talked about it in the Game Jam stream. but I will probably go back to it. Did you get a new microphone or something? I don't see it in front of you, but sound is still good. Yeah, I do have a new one. So it's the same brand, but it's like the uh, one stage higher. It's the Yeti Caster from Blue. Which I don't know what um, country this brand is coming from. I have no idea. Because what brand is it? So it's Logitech. So maybe that's a French one. I don't know. Oh, almost. It's Switzerland, I guess. Yes, so it's not that far. But yeah, it's not in. Well, it is in front of me, just further away. So yeah, back to this. So we want to create a new Git Kraken thing. All right, we want to create in Godot, and that's going to be project Wuxia with master git ignore. We will ignore the git ignore and create that. Okay, let's add a little bit of color and initial Godot. Initial Godot content, and we're good. So we do now want to create a. Okay, so here we're just ticking things like yes. Enter time, yes, 0. We don't really care about that. Where is it? Oh, okay, I was in it. So GitHub, we just want to create a new project in this. So remote, we want to add project Wuxia, origin, description, and it sounds fair. So there we go. Looks like we have it. Not yet. Let's see. Or maybe I need to push. Because I do have a remote. Yes, I do have to push. Push, push, whatever. Is that it? You good? Don't know. Well, it seems like we have something. Is that today? Yes, it is. It is today. Yes, there it is. We do have the project. So of course this is going to be open source. And if anyone wants to jump in while I'm progressing through this on stream, that's very welcome. Could you tell about general idea of the game? Yes, I think it's a little bit like stream, but get a better idea. I will show you what's. Whoopsie. I don't want to lock this. It was very, very inspired by a game I played recently, which was, let me see, just grabbing the name, because I've wanted to make a wuxia game for a while now. And recently I was testing games and I found one which is so simple that it made me realize how overscoping I was, if that's a sentence. I just need to find the. Yes, that's the game. So we will just have to deal with those images. But yeah, that's pretty much the entire interface of the game. It revolves around one gameplay loop, I guess, which is there's time passing by, and X amount of seconds, there's a game cycle, which happens. And I need to grab the chat again. You basically can choose to assign your character to one thing. You can either choose to train your blue skill, which is the internal skill. You can choose to train the red skill, which is the external skill. Or you can choose to go on quests. You choose between one of those three, and you will generate the according resource based on the task. So either you level up, or you get currencies and items when you go on quests. And that's pretty much what the game is. You jump back and forth between training and going on quests, getting items that will increase your training. And you also have the shop and the alchemy. So here's the alchemy thing, which allows you to kind of spice up the main game loop. So it is a very, very, very simple game, really. It's actually, I believe it's not finished, because I do think I've seen videos of the person creating this game kind of updating it. And I think they actually answered a question I had, saying that later they would have more features about whatever I asked. I asked what would be the difference between increasing the blue level, because it's not very clear. It wasn't. So anyway, enough for the presentation of this game. The idea is that I want to do something quite similar. It's going to be an idle game, but it's not going to be fully idle by default, because by default you will have to choose when you want to advance within the game cycles. So instead of having to wait per se, you will just have this kind of, either by pressing the space key, or by clicking a button, or by checking the auto skip timeline, you will just choose for the next cycles what you will do, and you will validate. So that time will not be governing you that much. Unless you go in specific difficulty, which is the hard difficulty, where the time will pass no matter what you do. And I really want to do that. Managing how much you train to access new tasks, new quests, new exploration, and how much you can find in the explorations to pump up your levels. And what's going to be very important is that here in this game, if you actually take a look at this page, you will see that you have the age of your character. And the red number, I believe, is when you're supposed to die out of old age or whatever. Remember, this is medieval times, so 69 is probably very old already. But the point is that I was kind of disappointed that by default, the first time you start the game, it's actually very easy to break the age limits. So that's pretty much what I want to do. I want to make a roguelike where your character will be practicing the skills and exploring, but the limit will be the age or the time you spend in the game. So you will have to kind of understand exactly what works good and what doesn't work, in order to make decisions that will allow you to go as far as you can within the explorations, as well as maybe eventually finding a way to push the age limit a little bit. So that's pretty much what it will be in general. A kind of semi-idle management game where the emphasis will be toward the management and decision making. So yeah, that's what it's going to be. Here we are on the GitHub repository. So I'm just going to create just simply a develop branch. Oh, that's not develop. Develop branch, which our path. And I do believe that's all we need to get started at the moment. Okay, so this is gone. We want to set a few tasks, so this we will do later. First, we will configure the Godot project. So let's see what we want. Well, the good thing is there isn't this yellow error anymore. And that's actually very cool. When you create a new Godot project, you don't have the warning. And we have someone else jumping in. Xperia Clips, who says, "Hi, well, hey, and I actually don't believe I know you, so if you care to introduce, that's up to you." So let's go with the project settings. Yeah, maybe we want an icon. That's going to be the first thing. So obviously if I type Wuxia, we'll find nothing, obviously. Wow. It's a little bit cliche, but I guess that's in Ninja. We'll find the best things. Oh, this one's good. Those two are not that bad. Or, yeah. Actually, kind of like the pagoda. I'm gonna pick this one. Those will be, maybe, those will be useful. Definitely. So we do have quite nice things in there. 64, let's download this. Maybe eventually you get at this level of spirituality that you get immortal or reincarnate as a butterfly. Eventually, but I really want the game to be a roguelike. And what's gonna happen most is death. Not gonna lie. But that could be like the ending of the game where you reach a point where time isn't a problem anymore, so that you can fully, freely explore all the things you can gather and kind of try to push how far you can, yeah, pump up your character. I also kind of plan to have a RPG setting where going on quests might fail to the point that you do die during a quest. If you do try to explore areas which are definitely too hard compared to your skill levels, that I'm planning as well. What are the quests about if you can basically just do a couple of actions? So maybe I should start writing a few things. Okay, so here's my attempt to use Obsidian as a project manager, but that will go for now. So tasks. The tasks which you can go with, they will have different kinds of rewards. So we will have the rewards. And the first rewards we will have is various items, like various consumables, as well as skill levels. So this one I will have to explain with more details. I'm actually going to create a page for this one. What you can grab in quests. Well, at the moment, let's just keep it to that. You will grab money, basically. Oh, that's okay, that's a symbol. So skill levels, let's go there. Skill levels. By default, when you start the game, the character will have a limited skill level they can reach, sort of. So let's say at you start, you can go as high as level 5 with the internal skill, a level 5 with the external skill. If you want to go higher in either of those skills, you will need to basically get the pages, the manuals, or the training, which allows you to go higher. So the first quests you will have, which are the safe quests, are kind of, I want to say, school related. Um, I know it might sound weird for those who are not very accustomed to the wuxia culture, but schools are very most often referred as sects. So, yeah, sects or cults. It's actually hard to pronounce. And yeah, you will basically have to work in those areas to get more access to higher skills. This is why you will have to balance practicing and unlocking new skills. And I'm also planning to add secret skills, sort of, which you will only be able to access through quest again, but they will not be as easy to get as the main one. So skill level, actually I'm just going to name this skill. And I will always update. So task, here we do have skills, great. So internal skill. So we'll have internal skills. We will have external skills. So this, maybe I should explain the difference. Internal skills is, I want to say, the overall, it's actually hard to explain the difference. It's the comprehension, the spiritual understanding of your technique that you have. Meanwhile, the external skill is like the physical understanding of your skills. So the external skill is what you will use to fight, to move around. Meanwhile, the internal skill will be here to understand and be enlightened. And the balance between the two is what's going to be important. So at first, I'm going to create a new category, which is going to be starter skill. Starter skills are the skills you obtain when you start the game. The first one we obtain, well, I mean, you have to choose. The player chooses, yes, between two branches when they create their character. So by default, when you start the game, you choose if you want the yin path or the yang path. Based on your choice, you will join one of the two main sects of the game, and you will have related skills. So there will be one internal yin, one external yin, and one internal and one external yang. Those will act as elements so that based on the element of your skill, you will have easier quest or harder quest in some areas of the game. You will have the choice between two at the beginning, but the secret one, which will be the balance, will be the third element, which is neither yin, neither yang, but a bit of both. Actually, I have to fetch my papers on that, because I did write something about it. I think the plan is to have yin and yang path to have a specific percentage of damages. So when you're yin, you have like something like 60% yin damage and 33% yang damage. And the opposite for yang, obviously. And then you have the third one, which is 50-50. So this will be the spiritual understanding of the combat technique, and this is going to be the physical. So yeah, that's pretty much how it will work. And tasks, so those will be the rewards, for example. And then we'll have task types. So we'll have sect trolls, you'll have explorations, and yeah, that's the two big categories for now. So yeah. I guess I wanted to set the project settings. Oh yeah, I had the, let's see. So we're gonna have the assets, and here we're going to create icons. And that's gonna be textures. And a cool pink color. So in textures, we do have this pagoda. Sounds like spaghetti. Alright, project settings. Icon is going to be this. Alright, I can get rid of Godot guy and back to the project setting. So at the moment, I actually don't care to change the viewport that much. I'm still not decided if I do want a vertical smartphone or a horizontal laptop. Because I don't know, I actually want the game to be playable on PC, but having it vertical doesn't block it from being playable on PC, definitely not. And yeah, actually I do have the warnings to change. So debug, JavaScript, and type declaration, infer declaration, unsafe property access, and method access. And I guess that's it. Yep, that's it. Oh, poor thing. Let's get back. Okay, so did I actually miss on some shot? No, that's right. That's cool. So. Let's just save this for the project settings. Undeveloped, that's gonna be cool. So I guess I want a cog. It's going to be project settings. And there we go. You usually also change some import settings, but I don't know what those do. Import settings. Do you mean, when you say you usually, do you mean me or people in general? Change some import settings. Did I do that? Oh, yes, I do. Well, that was the error. Because if you remember in Godot 4.2, we would have a yellow warning in there. But it's not here anymore. So I technically don't have to do that anymore. Because it's this Blender import here. And actually, I do believe that I don't have the error because now I do have Blender installed. That's probably why I don't have the error. Well, I used to not have Blender. So yeah, I used to just untick that. Definitely. Okay. So we do have the basics here. So let's see how this goes on. So I can get rid of that. Okay. And we want to set a few tasks. So Yuri says, oh, okay, I was always did because you teach actually never saw the error. Yeah, that's a Blender thing. And since I've never used Blender in any of my projects, I've never been impacted by the fact that I did untick this this option. So here we want to set a few tasks. Can I create tasks in there? Let me see. New board. I don't think so. Can I create tasks directly in there? New task. Board? Okay, that's great. Category, programming. Okay. So because we are supposed to do things properly, this should go there. And now we can create new tasks. Sometimes project planning is a little bit funny. First, there are three major things we need to create. We need to create the character system. We need to create the time system. And we need to create the skill system. So this is pretty wide, not gonna lie, because I'm not so sure how I will deal with that. We will need a save system as well. We technically will need a main menu. But are we on Monday? I guess we are. Yes. So we're on Monday, so technically we do have the entire week. Because at some point, I will want to make a main menu. So here I should be able to change the board, add, yes, okay. Inventory system, not yet. I will need one, definitely, but that's not going to be the first thing that will come. I plan this for much later, but that can go in the backlog, to be fair. That will stay there, inventory system. It's just not assigned to a current sprint. The task system, yeah, and I will need a combat system as well. So I want the combat system to be very simple. I want the combat system to be kind of a wink, a hint to classic tabletop RPG games where you don't want the combats to be super developed, and you actually want the combats to be based on your statistics and some dice rolls. So basically, you would go on a task which will trigger a combat, and you will have a dice roll which will decide the results. So the stats, the characteristics will be talking about dice rolls at some point, I believe. What kind of game are you making? Roguelike? Management adventure? This is very hard to describe yet, but yeah. And we do have someone else who says hello. So, well, hello to you too. Welcome if it is the first time. If you do have questions or want to introduce yourself, feel free to do so. English is hard. Sometimes jumping from S to TH is very confusing for me. Well, not necessarily jumping, but just confusing both. So that will come later. Nope. Again, I misclicked. So yeah, what do we have? We have the character system, the time system. I will start with character, I guess. That's a lot of new names today in the chat. Yeah, actually, I mean, beside you, I think it's mostly new. Maybe Xcoder, someone I've seen once in a while. Maybe it's actually someone on Discord. But I might be confusing. Yes, that was Nebula I was thinking about, but it could be the same person. And actually, someone joined the Discord in the meantime. All right. So, so that will be enough for the new task. So we can start going into coding. And actually, I realize I didn't mention the Godot in the name of the stream. So maybe it's a little bit hard for YouTube to. Well, it's actually here, so that should be good, and it's here as well. But it's alright, just in case. So we'll start with the character system. So we should add estimation. So that's a broad statement. Character system. Honestly, it's like a system skeleton, if that makes sense. But it is. So in order to do that, we will need. I will definitely need a singleton for the character. That's very sure. And in fact, I do feel like I do want to start by the safe system first. Not really the safe system, but data system. Yeah, that will come later, but I will do the data. So I'm gonna create my scripts folder. I will have data in there. The scripts, it's going well. I will recolor those very often, but what the hell? So at the moment, I don't know what I will have in data. So yeah, I will just jump to character. So let's go with character. The gray node and character. It's going to be a single. Oh, wait a second. Is that new? I do believe it is new. Those colors in the folders here. That should be 4.3 candy. Class name. Oh my god. Class name character. So I did realize that basically it's not possible to free a resource before its first frame. And there's I haven't found a way to block the creation of a node before it's added to the tree. Once it is instantiated, it's too late. So I definitely should. I could have a way to add safety to my singletons, but yeah. I don't really know. So if not ref, I could do that differently. Like I could go with ref equals self if not ref. Should I? Oh no, I need an else. I need else to do that, so I can't. Too bad. Yeah, create a code region, single. So at the moment, we will go with a few basic variables. The character will have an age, which is going to be an integer. And this will just represent the amount of time which has passed. So maybe I should write something about the time before anything. So in time, I'm gonna go with time units. And in this game, a time unit will represent a quarter of a year. Or a season, actually. Well, it depends. Because a season is a quarter of the year if you have 4 seasons. Some people do not. So, yeah. The base time units is a quarter of a year. And I really have to stop uppercasing everything. In terms of mechanics, time is represented by an accumulation, by an integer, or elapsed time. Oh, there's only one L. It's integer. Every 4 units represents a year. Yeah, that's a good definition, I guess. Okay, we do now have two Godots. Okay, that's interesting. So we do have the age, and by default, maybe I need to check the new documentation as well. Because I do believe I've seen something about that. About documentation having a glow up. Maybe that will start at age 16 and will increase based on the age value. Actually, it could be fun to use seasons as a time unit. Different seasons could somehow affect tasks or other parameters. Well, yeah, it could, except that it would end up being a little bit weird because since it is the unit, it means that a task which lasts 1 unit lasts 1 season. And as soon as you go to 2 or 3 or 4 seasons, it's a little bit different. But what is actually interesting is that it could have a different effect based on the season. That's actually very interesting. Because let's say that you have something which lasts 3 seasons. Maybe you could use the last one for the combat. Like, I don't know, let's say that the quest is go find the whatever creature and fight it. And then the fight happens during the last season. So that could be something interesting. Definitely. I need to type this. Also, I have to remember, I wanted to make this thing. So it's 100% stolen from Hyper Game Dev. How do I get to my drive? Well, yeah, but I'm already connected. So I want to create a new Google Sheet. And I will keep track of the contributors of this project. So that's going to be contributors. And here we'll have some Yuri. Well, I don't know if that's where you're supposed to put caps, but I will not put caps. And I will create the first category, which is going to be game design. And in a very long time, or I could do that right away, formatting. Maybe you could go there, and that's going to be total. So this is actually just to keep track of who is part of the project and keep track to later assign those tasks to Not really. Just to keep track of the contributors. And yeah, I will figure out a formula later on. So yeah, that's actually it. Oh, maybe I need to. Project Busha, contributors. All right. So here we have the age. And then we need to save the skills. But all those really important for the character. Because just to be sure, to remind, to think, we do have only one character. We technically do manage only one save file at a time. And the skills, they should not really be relying on the character in and of itself. So maybe I don't have to get the skill data in there. But I could have the combat data in there. At the moment I will just have the age. I will actually write whatever you talked about and do a slight, wait a second. Yep. Seasons. One time unit can represent a season which will change, which will affect with an A or an E. Affect the character. And Darian is here now, who says hello, hi to you, and a little bit late. Well, not really. I mean, yeah, it's however you want to put it, but it's up to you to join when you can. Here we have started a little bit already. Maybe you want to jump back right now or watch the beginning later on. It's mostly planning and talking about what we will create. I think it's things I've already discussed with you a few weeks ago. I mean, what the game is going to be, but it's much more precise than what you've seen. So we do have the seasons, which are so winter is definitely in. There's no doubt here. One is going to be. So would summer be young? So that will be this, and then autumn. I think autumn is more yin than yang. I don't know. And spring would be early yang. In fact, adding seasons could add a layer of complexity, which is very cool for a roguelike, a deadly roguelike. I can't wait to see how it will look. Yeah, I will try. I think at some point I will start pixel art. I will have to. The version you see, we would not have fancy graphics here as usual. I'm not gonna say that it's going to be different, but I will try pixel art. I will try. Actually, I could bring in the icons I've seen so far. Wow, my brain is so slow. Here in sprint 1, I want to create a new task, which is going to be art, and that will be collecting free textures, right? We're not gonna lie, we're not gonna deceive anyone. We're collecting free textures with an S because we want a lot of textures. Yes, I'm not gonna fool anyone. So yeah. In fact, I thought the character system would be a little bit more fleshed out, but there's just nothing else which comes to mind right now. Oh yes, I want to see the documentation because it's supposed to have changed a little bit. Okay. Character reference? Oh yes. Okay. There's no description. Really, you want me to description this? Okay. I'm gonna description this for you. There you go. You happy? Wow. So fancy. So I think I will just bring in a time system and a skill system in there. 3 on parallel because I can't see it otherwise. And actually, now that we are talking, I mean, not really talking about this, what do we have in there? Just to check that. But I do think I have quite a lot of. Yes. I'm gonna just change that. And let's go. You go on the side. Yeah, go away. It's a character. So yeah, I'm gonna just create a few other singletons. I also wanted to try pixel art. Already bought a sprite. I do have it as well, but I didn't use it that much. So if there will be a specific need for an asset, never did it before, so will not give high hopes for Go results. My first tries were awful. They could be worse, but they were not that good. For your project, you use images from Google that you edited with GIMP. Yeah, that makes sense. I That's like what I've done with my project so far. Node. Okay, so here we'll have time. I just want to make sure that there's no time. Oh, that's slightly annoying. Well, we could name these seasons at this point. That would be a bold move, but yeah, let's try this. We're gonna create season, and yeah, let's create that. So seasons. Let's know. So it is season singletons, which manages time. And that's it. There's not much to say about it. Yuri asking if Darian is No Vision on Me. Nope. No Vision on Me has the same name on both. Did you also just Google those cool items lightning animations? And Anirudh Roy says, hey, does this mean you're not going to continue the Idle Game series? Are you asking about the Idle Game reboot? If that is so, it is. At the moment, I'm not planning to expand it anyhow, unless there is a specific need for some content which is not available in what we currently have. Because, yeah, technically, the reboot series covers both at the same time a lot of things and nothing. I intended it to be a walks through series, and I quickly dropped it to be a tool series. So now I'm just giving up, not giving, but giving you tools, and that's it. But if you have very specific needs, you can always ask, and I will see in if I can make it fit. Might be our gorilla guy then. Nope. Gorilla guy is ape on YouTube, and fluff on Discord. Fluffly. Sounds always very funny. So the season singleton is going to be a request singleton, I believe. So we will have an Enum seasons actually, now that I think about it. So we'll start in spring because every game starts in spring. Summer, autumn, winter. Honestly, we could have an Easter egg to Autumn Orange, who's like the all-time favorite of my musics. He's my music guy on lives. So here we do have the seasons. Then we will have a variable current season. Maybe I want this to be private. Wait, the class name and the enum are the same. That's that's annoying. Maybe I can just remove the S. Season. Hmm. Or would it be manager? No, I don't know. I will have to choose a name later on. Remove a S. Yes. One will have to go. But well, technically it doesn't create a problem here. Well, sort of. Yes, it does. I don't know. Does it? No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Ugh. Yeah. That's uh, well, actually I could go with season. I could do that. It kind of breaks the enum. It breaks the reference, but I believe we can do that. I do this all the time. Aiden Smith. I think I've seen this name a very long time ago. I always want to have the same name for functions, variables, and signals. Yes, but here is the name of the class, so it's kind of overriding. But then I don't know which one it is because I have a grade and a grades. Class year slash time, so it can't be time. That's the problem, but yes, year. And enum seasons. The enum seasons make sense. But the class name, that's the class name I didn't figure out yet. Let's scroll. Wait, here we have. So yes, enums do take a cap, uppercase. And it takes an S. So I'm gonna go with local time or game time. Game time. So that way we have time, which is real time, and game time, which is it's not too long, so we can handle it. I'm renaming everything. I hope it's not gonna break. Current season, and we will default at seasons. That's pretty. Yes. So that will be. Do I have to create documentation for enums? I don't know. So that will be. Well, that will just be the current season. There's not much to say about it. Yeah, we don't need definition for enums. That's okay. And the ref. So we're good to go. I'm just gonna change the rune. And I'm back. So 0, 1, 2, 3, that makes sense. Okay. So function, the first request is going to be advance time. I'm not so sure. of the definition of the word. Okay, there's a notification here. I need to watch it or it's going to bug me all the time. Okay, that's great now. So I wanted to check. What do we have? Yes. Or, yes, further time. Why are you bugging with mails now? I don't care. Sure. Well, I guess. Or progress time. Yeah, progress time is going to be good. Progress time. I prefer it. And by default, it's going to be 1. Um, there's going to be time units. Integer equal 1. What do you need seasons for? Just for looks? Sort of. We just have seasons for now to make something with them in the future, not clear yet. Potentially more interesting than just having year quarters. Yeah, that's because I want to break the game in time units. Like you can just see it right there. And each time unit in the game is going to represent a quarter of a year. And as such is going to represent seasons. Seasons will probably impact gameplay at some point, but it's not fully decided how yet. Okay, so maybe at the moment we just want to progress 1 and handle progressing by 1. So how to do that exactly? Current season is equal. I think we can use seasons dot and use an integer here. No. Wait a second. The next season? Yes, I'm gonna do var next season. It's gonna be an integer equal to int of current season plus 1. Because at some point it will just require some divisions with modulos, and I think you will not see me that well, so I need to turn on the lights. Current season plus 1. If next season is superior to 0, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if it is superior to 3, we want it to be equal to 0. And then I should be able to say current season is equal to next season. And there, integer used as an enum value. If this is intended, cast the integer to an enum type. How do I do that? Nope. I will have just to check the enum. I think I can find this within. Nope. I could try the hard way, but not really. That's where I'm coming from. Language identifiers, enum cast. I see some scrolling. I'm coming. Okay. E-names. Well, state. No, I'm not so sure. So maybe actually, well. So what do you say? Fun fact, looks like Godot 4.3 now tracks actual time spent in application. Before it tracked just project selection menu, at least for me. Do you mean Steam? If you mean Steam, it depends. At some point it did, but then at another point it did not. You can't open two projects at the same time in 4.3. I didn't try yet. I don't think I did. There should be a way, just does not work by opening Godot second time from icon as usual. I beg to differ. It does work here. You may have already answered this, but why use a singleton over an autoload? If I make singletons, I can't use it when testing individual scenes. Yes, you can't. So I have been defaulting to autoloads instead. Thoughts, good, bad, curious. The reason is because I don't like autoloads. It's that simple. And yeah, that's it. And we do have the gorilla who gets in. The fluffy gorilla is here. Nice to see you. Yeah, I just don't use those because autoloads are not flexible enough for me. They have some restrictions that I do not like. Okay, so let's try to cast this. Seasons dot next season. Of course it doesn't work. Integer of this. Okay, it's even worse. And if I do that, if this is intended, cast the integer to the enum type. Oh, maybe we want this then. Okay. Doesn't seem to be working. The current season. I don't know. I guess I will have to leave it like this. Oh, okay. How are you doing? Then looks like to project the not open only on my machine here. Gaming, good evening, Ape. Nice to see you, blah blah blah. It's cool to see that you guys are getting along. I fight with the bugs in the project while listening to the live. That's so classic. I do the same usually. I'm not sure with the cats tonight though. The question is, how do cats are not frightened by a fluffy gorilla? That's the real question. Okay. Godot cast Eden. How do you cast an Eden? Show me. Show me the way. This? That would be seasons. Season? That would be so weird. Yes, it is weird. I'm gonna leave it like this. So we're just gonna go in there, backlog, new task. I'm not sure I want to put that as a bug, but it will be. Find out how to cast an enum. There we go. Adding and subtracting enums always cast that warning. I think annoys me too. I just push the ignore button. Yes. But the thing is that if they created a warning, there must be a way to not be warned. And they are polite kitties. They don't judge unless I feed them 5 minutes too late. Yes, that's a situation where kitties will judge you very hard. Well, technically I could. Like, I could just wait a second. I just have to do that. Like, you go here. No, actually, there we go. That's what's happening right now. Very, very complicated things. And actually, I do have way enough. So, oh no, I'm gonna go mining because when I'm mining, I literally have nothing to. I can't run out of runes. That's the point. It's a warning, not an error after all. Definitely. Definitely. Or if I don't bet, tell angels I tell you. Well, it's a long time since I've had cats at home. I want to bring Godot in there. So let's see. That will stay like this. Hmm. So what do I want to do next? So here we progress time. Progress the time by 1 year, by one time unit actually. And I think I will go with having character dot ref dot and here age. I need to create a new request. So here we want to do create a request to progress character age. And actually, I'll be right back in a few seconds. Well, maximum 1 minute, I believe. There I am. What's happening in there? It's yes, if warning. Begin countdown for the minute. When that sale is gone, time to start. Well, yeah. Tell me the evil plan. That's a very, very evil plan, Yuri. How dare you? The ban on appeal is something that could work, as I'm usually not paying too much attention. So, let's see. Here we want to add add age. On one hand, it sounds kinda ugly. On the other hand, it kinda fits the situation. So it's going to return a void function add age. Age plus equal quantity. Yep. Do we want a signal for aging? I don't think we do want a signal for aging. Doesn't seem necessary yet. However, we will have get age, which will return a string, and that will return 16 plus. Um, I do believe we want age divided twice by 4. Nope. And of course, I need to remember the operator for that. So, operator. Well, I guess I just have to use division and keep the integer part. Division. Is that really rest in English? That's weird. No, it's just like half French, half English. Yes, remainder. That's better. If you only use singletons, how do you debug test individual scenes that may require that singleton? Oh. I usually don't. I guess you could use. Yeah, you definitely find ways. I would find a way. I didn't really need that, but I would definitely be creative. Actually, yes, adding the scene could work. Except that the singleton would be kind of weird, I guess. But it would work. Maybe not track the age like cycle and then return cycles divided by 4. Yeah, eventually. Eventually we could have um old age death to be a surprise. Well, not so much now, but so it would be floor. Like thing like this. Yeah, I don't know yet. That could be interesting. So here, when we add age, we would add time units to the age of the character. Does that make sense? And this would return. Oh, maybe I actually want to return an integer and not a string. So here we return the age of the character. But yeah, that could be years past. So I will probably keep that as get age because that makes sense. But it could be years past, definitely. Maybe I should keep track of that. So I don't have a page for character yet. So age keeps track of how many years have passed since the player started playing. Now we'll have to precise in game. Okay. So just to make a simple check, we want it to work on character, time, and skill. So skill be gone at the moment. Character and time. Yeah. Actually, I don't have tasks. Ah, interesting. So I'm gonna add tasks now. I need a task system. Hmm. So we have the age. We have the seasons. We can spend time. So yeah, basically we want this add age to be called when we spend time. So I haven't figured out yet if I do want to allow spending several cycles at once or if they're just chaining one after the other. That I didn't think about this yet. Didn't think about it too much. And if so, we don't need an argument here. So we should add a default value so that, yeah, we don't have to specify how old we want to get. So here we progress time. Okay. I'm gonna create my game node right now. Do you want to let me say this? You don't. Did I crash Godot? Um, okay. That's a little bit sad. Is it? it oh, there you go. I was worried for a moment. Don't know what to do with my hair. So, game. Oh, why are you dying? I know. He's very jealous because I started a new instance of Godot, and this one is crying. Yikes. Or maybe it doesn't like to be sharing the screen with Melver. Or is it again the keyboard? Don't ask. It happens. To find the port. Okay, I lost it. Okay, I got it. So it might sound weird, but it was the case with Godot 4.2, but sometimes Corsair keyboards would create heavy lags. So I have to unplug and plug it back in, and I just punch the microphone so that it would function again. Okay, what do we have? I've suffered like this before. I usually reset Godot. I think that's a good place to use modulo operator to get current season from total seasons. Yes, definitely. Definitely. Except that right now, I really can feel really hard that my brain is refusing to do that kind of math. Wait, if I do save, you. Oh. Saving erases that extra line. That's interesting. But anyway, we are in game, so game just needs to add the nodes, to be fair. So I'm gonna add the character and the game time. And I actually wanted to create data. Okay. To create a new resource. No, absolutely not. Okay. Godot, you're very sweet and all, but you're lagging. I don't even have a watch, but at this time, this point. Okay, we're back in. And I forgot what I. Okay, yes, I remember. Data. So we have data character. Yes, class name. Data character extends resource. And we do have a few things to export, like the character age, actually. Initialize to 0. Also, I think it's worth mentioning there will not be any kind of prestige in this game. So that's a good thing we don't have to take care of. And Darian has to go. Well, nice for stopping by and see you later. And good luck with the project, everyone. Yes. And thanks. And I will see you later. So we don't want to store the age, that's for sure. And do we actually want to store the current season? I think we do want that. So I'm going to create another object, which is going to be data time, data game time, just to avoid any kind of confusion. Data game time extend resource. Export variable current season. I don't think I can store an enum. I'm not so sure. I would have to try a save and see how this is going. And if it doesn't work, I will have to revert it back to an integer. So here we have character. So we create a new data character and game time. Looks alright. Did someone try to use Copilot extensions in Godot? I really don't want to edit GDScript files in BSC. I never did. Copilot like in within Godot, or isn't that a GitHub thing? I absolutely don't know. Oh. Learning Godot Copilot, is that it? I don't know. I recently discovered there is such thing as expert enum. Yes, there is. I mean, I don't know, but I do know there are tons of enums available. That's for sure. That's for sure. So, what did I want to do? I wanted to create the data in there. So when we enter the tree, we will just create a new data object. Two, that's going to be the main or data object of the game actually. So our data, type data, and when we enter the tree, we just create a new data. That simple. Okay, it's 1 hour 45 minutes, alright. So now we should be able to access this data. Just want to check my bank in here. Okay, we do have a lot of runes. So maybe we can try to craft some. Or actually, let's go bash some things. Like some gold beans. Let's go. Where we do have runes. There we go. Oopsie. There we go. So yes, we do have data. For character, we use data instead of this thing. We can get rid of this, sort of. And add age is going to use game.ref.data.character.age. And here, exactly the same. In fact, do we really need that? Because we could just use a way to say the character is X amount of seasons old. Integer division decimal part will be discarded. Yeah, that's the point. I might not even need to use floor. Or just use integer 2. Nope. What if I say int of 4? I know there's a way to say that you are okay with discarding this, but I don't know how. Those warnings are getting annoying slightly. Floor, once x downward toward negative infinity. A type-safe version of floor. Okay. Alright. I will let this go. Melvetip. There is a town tasked to keep 46k goblins. Also, you get a pet for that, which gives 1% double the chance. Yeah, I didn't know that. In fact, let's see, because I did unlock the town, and I think that was a mistake. It was way too early, I think. Where are the quests? So yeah, that should be somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, I'm probably not very close to it. I can leave this like this, I guess. But actually, I think like I unlocked magic way too late. But it's alright, I have it now. So seasons must work with the data as well. So game time. So here we don't need a current season. We have progress time. And current season is going to be game.rev. I'm actually going to create a data shortcut. So variable data game time. Game.rev.data.game time unready. So here we can have data.current season. Integer use when an enum. We're good with that. Okay, so at some point we will need to add some user interface to this. I think we do need tasks and skills. Those are going to be the minimum requirements. So I will bring everything, really. Skill and tasks. Wow. Let's try to think a little bit. So character, we do have everything we need for the character. So the character skeleton, we will put it into testing. Time system, we want to advance time. Do we actually want the time to be taking care of knowing how much cycles were elapsed? That's something we could consider. And I'm starting to think that the character object is slightly useless. Because everything in there could be managed by other things. So I might delete it somewhere. So anyway, task system. We probably want to start creating a task system. Wow, that's going to be complicated. I have to think about it. First, we will have training, and then we will have questing. So I will create those two categories. I'm gonna create a new script. Yes, I will create a new script. That will be tasks with an S. Do I want to use the word task? Yes, because it encapsulates both quests and chores and exploration and training. So task seems okay. Let's see, singletons, tasks. So we do have here tasks singleton. Yeah, I don't have much to say about it. Singleton reference. All right, so we do have different task types. So enum types. Practice. That's going to be cultivate for the sake of matching the law. And we will have, at the moment, chores and exploration. I'm not going to use them all, but cultivate, chores, and exploration. Assignment is not allowed in an expression. Did I make a mistake in there? If not, ref equals. Okay. So here, I think I will create a new canvas. So I think what we will have is a task object. Do we actually really need that? Yes. Task. extends object. Oh, it's going to be colon object. And what we do have in there is a progress value. So it's going to be the progress. But it will also have the resource, like the task resource. And here we will have task resource. So fluffy gorilla. Here you will see how we basically have resource and object working together. So we will have default settings like uh, display values. That's a bit broad, but I will have display as a string and duration as an int actually. So this way we will be able to compare duration and progress. But we need to have rewards. So inventory system will come in handy. Or maybe not. And we will actually have there's a lot fusing in my head right now. It's kind of hard to keep you up to date. So let's try to keep things linear with tasks. I am now thinking that I forgot something important, which is definitely not stream related. Just checking that on the side. Yeah, so tasks. Because we will need two different tasks. We will need to keep track of the one active and the one we want to do next. So we do have a question actually. Question, game design question. Do we want to allow the player to stop a task in the middle? That's a real question. And I want to go with a no. So that when you do a chore, it's going to be usually a quarter of a year. But when you go on an exploration, which can take a year or 2 quarters, then you have to wait the end to be able to do something else. So at least there will be a status. At least it will be locked or something. So, well, we do have runes for quite a while. It will be locked. So that will go in the sense of something like a buzzy variable. Not really. I don't really know how this will come out. I'm gonna have this at the moment. It's buzzy, even though I will most likely drop it. I'd say it should be possible to stop, not pause but completely stop, and start new task if player realize they took wrong path. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's something which could go in the base game and not in the hardcore version. With the hardcore version preventing player from stopping a task. Please, Buzzy. Do I need to create task objects yet? I will not. I will just have those two ones. That's going to be great. And the thing is that we do have the current task and we have the one we want to do next. So that's going to be task or target. And here that's going to be typed. I mean, task types. We have the target and current. I'm trying to get something very, very, very simple so that we can have a functioning UI thing, if that makes sense. So when game time is progressing, it will notify other entities that the time is progressing. And this will be coded by tasks. So I'm going to create a signal, which I don't remember if it comes before or after the enum. I never remember that. Why is it so far? Am I too low? Might be too last name. No, that must be this one. Signal unready, but that's the enum I want. It is here. I smell it. Yeah, there we go. Signal enum constants. Time progressed. At the moment, that will be very sufficient. The time progressed. Emit. Okay. Task. On time progressed. Three and ready. So we have game time dot rev and signal connection. Here we do want to see, okay. I want a check method, but this doesn't make sense because we don't have duration yet. But let's see. Function check task or update task actually. Update task. It's a one-time progress. Want to update? What do we do? Well, we technically want to progress task progression. That's for sure. But here, task progression doesn't exist. So instead, we'll just have current task be equal to target. And then we want target to be equal to null. It's actually a bit more complicated than that. Let me think how to put that. We have the update. We have the current target, next target. Here we will have idle. Okay. No, we'll have progress first, progress task, and then update task. If that's going to be a big set of if, but what I want basically is if current task, no, no, if current and target is equal to time stopped idle, we want to start cultivating. Because we don't want to let the player be idle ever. So by default, I will just make those two to be idle. Then if target is idle, it's different. We're gonna go with if target is different than idle, then current is gonna be equal to target. And I guess that's it. And if target is idle, then current stays the same. So the thing I was expecting is working great. Nope, I'm going away. So I guess what you have everything we need to make a baby UI. Do we still have rooms? Yes, definitely. So we can make a baby UI. Let's see. Project Wusha. So we have the baby skeletons for that. So character system. And it's gonna be baby system. Just to show that those are very early versions of those systems. And they will be in testing, and we do need the user interface to actually properly test this. Programming, design. Yes, programming. Yep. What did I do? So let's open the game. Character, game time, task. Great. And let's create a user interface. User interface. Let's say this in scenes. And user interface then. Oh, no, I don't want this name. It's not the wrong. I mean, it is the wrong, but anyway. Yay, I unlocked the whale in fishing. Now I got 13Ks montas to cook. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna lie here. Um, very bad fisherman. Very, very bad. And let's not talk about the cooking here. And actually, I'm kind of running out of shrimps. Kind of sad. But so far, the best money I can make is by melting gold. Making gold ingots. That's my best move. And I really need money because I just need to see how much it costs. Yeah, a new skill costs 2 million. So I will be doing some gold. Definitely. And did I level up in combat? Yes, 1. Not that crazy. Not that crazy. So I was doing a user interface. Did I do that in Hack and Plan? Yes. So I guess we can say that all this was 1 hour, but it was technically one task. Not sure I can. Well, I can delete 2. And I rename this tiny game system. And I will add subtasks, which are character, task, and time. So I can tick all those and say that it was logged 1 hour. Okay, that makes sense. 1 hour over 0? Well, it wasn't estimated, so I don't really care. It says we have to get the game to get the other skills. Probably, I don't know. I mean, at some point you will have to buy the game eventually. I mean, they have to put some paid features. But yeah, there's a lot of things I don't really know what they do because they are in the extensions. Testing UI for tiny game system. Estimated time? Well, definitely less than an hour, but let's go with 1 hour. That were actually estimated more. Where is OBS? 2 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna estimate one just for sake of saying. But yeah, it's estimating to one. So, user interface. We do need a few things in there. We're gonna have a label, which is gonna be set in a margin actually. That will be the age. So I will do it very messy because that will change very, very soon. Time passed. That will be time label. Built in. Very great. Function on time progressed. I think that's name. So function ready. Game time progressed. And here we want to change the text to be equal to cycles. So at the moment it's character, but I will get rid of character. I'll definitely get rid of character. Get age. Well, that will be age then. Or years passed. Those barbaric chaps don't accept payment in bananas. I'm sad to say that many people don't accept payments in bananas. Me included. Because there's just so many bananas I can eat in a day. Or even in a week without getting bored of it. Okay, I have to change the colors. So purple, blue, and teal. Let's go. Of course. Of course you know, right? Must be hard being that gorilla trying to mingle with mankind. Project setting. And I want to run game. Let's go with that. Yeah, I guess oh, yeah, what? Integer. Yes, but it is intended. Integer used when an even value was expected. Yes, that's fine. Oh, I didn't plug in the user interface. That's kind of sad. But anyway, I want to. I'm gonna go with text equal years past 0. very, 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 very evolved programming. Right now, we should have this year past 0. Great. So I need to create a few set of buttons, which are going to be cultivate and quest. It's going to be great. So user interface, VBox. We actually it's going to be margin VBox. Margin VBox and 2 bar. Well, texture buttons. Let's go with texture buttons. Oh, is Godot lagging again? I don't know why it's doing that, but I don't really like it so far. Can I actually start logging time? Wait a second. Track time. Is it doing something? Doesn't seem to be doing something. Okay, never mind. Never mind. So VBox, 2 buttons, well, texture buttons. Nope. What am I doing? Texture button. So I need to bring in a few textures. Which are going to be... Well, that's going to be cultivate. No. This one. High punch. And I want quest. I will download this guy and this guy. Oh no, I'm starting to get hungry. 2 hours. Okay, so let's bring in the new icons. First, now we'll rename those to use underscores. Will underscore, and we're good. So the margin container will go in the upper right corner. Theme overrides 16 for sides. And texture button, you will be high punch. Yep. And you will find your buddy, which will be scroll. Okay. I will create a pastime button. So margin container, bottom right. You want a button, which will be next cycle or next season. So I kind of need a way to change the target task. Maybe I will just add a B-box in there. Again, it's slightly lagging. So we will have label. So that's going to be debug. Target. Current. So I do need to add a few requests to our task object. So we have target task updated, then current task updated. Right? So, oh no, update tassel? That's sad. Progress task. So here, 1, 2, 3, function set target task. And we want types. Okay, we need. So what is it gonna do? If task is equal to target, then target is going to be equal to types dot idle. Else target is going to be equal to task. And no matter what, we will have target updated. That seems fair. Here update task. Let's go with current task updated, just in case. Dot image. So now we can work with the labels. Okay, target. On target task updated. Let's connect this guy. Oh, that's the wrong singleton. That's dot ref. So by default, it's going to be idle. Oh, so here I do need a match value. I will do that. The target task. So match tasks.ref.target. That's kind of bad, but that's alright. Huh. I'm not so sure of what I'm doing right now. Task.types. The last one is draws. Okay, let's go with draws. Draw. Well, no, with an S is great. Yeah, that should do. I'm just gonna copy paste this for the current task. Another resource is loaded from path possible cyclic. Okay. Task.ref.current. And here you want to subscribe on current task updated. That seems fair. So now we just need to assign values to our two buttons. The function ready. On pressed, we want to go with task.ref.set target task. And here you want task.types.cultivate. Okay. I'm just going to get that. Create a new button. Do the same, except it's going to be trolls. This error is unsettling a little bit. And the very last button is going to be the one which triggers the time. So there we will go with game time dot rev dot progress time. So let's just see that the entire loop is working properly. I'm going to save. And we do have game time. When we progress, we emit the signal. We could get the... I'm going to create another request, which is get current season. It's going to return a string. So March data.current season. Okay, so we can return seasons. I'm gonna return error otherwise. Seems fair. Seems fair. So we can get the current season. So user interface, target. I'm gonna create a new label. Put it there. Season. But let's add a script. Unready. Text is gonna be, well, season, game, time.ref.get season. Because of a pass error? Why? Why are you so sad about it? Could not resolve game time. Because it's not saved? Yes, it is. Get current season. I'm a little bit confused here. No, it's alright. It wasn't saved. Okay. So we're good. And I'm gonna bring this here as well. So now I need to check that the tasks, they are listening to time passed. Okay, so when this happens, we update the task on time progressed. We progress the task, we update the task. Okay, it seems right. Let's see what we have. So it is spring, we are idle, and if we go next season, we should be cultivating. But the years do pass properly. That's great. Okay, let's reset. Well, actually, let's not reset, but let's try to fix this problem. If current task and target task. Okay, I forgot to type this types.idle here. I went a little bit too literally. So now we cultivate. So if I try to cultivate, we keep cultivating. And here, I wanted this to behave differently. So let's see. Set target task. Oh, I I have a comparison operator. That doesn't work, but now it will work. So I can set cultivate, go back to idle, switch to chores, go back to cultivate, go next season. And right now I'm cultivate. Very cool. And I can change to chores. Okay. So the baby prototype is working very fine. This is great. Oh, the victory stretch. Ah. Well, yeah, I guess it was daylight when I started, and now it's night. That makes sense. Yay! We can grow old very quickly. Okay. So we have the debugger things, which I have to figure out one of these days. And let's see. What can we do in there? So it's been, I think it's, no, wait, I have to check here. It's actually been half an hour. Nope. A 0.5 then? Nope. What the? No. I'm gonna go with 30 minutes. I. Oh, okay, they are adding on top of each other. I don't want to add, actually. I want to. Never mind. Can I remove that? Work logs. Okay. That's why. So it was right the first time. Here. Work logs. 30 minutes. And we're good. No, that's great. Okay. Okay. That's great. Let's actually save this. That will be named prototyping. That's not what I wanted. What is the name of the one I use? It's an Alembic. Okay, great. So that's prototyping. Prototyping minimal gameplay loop is a little bit arrogant here. Prototyping tiny game system. Right, that will make sense to me. That, well, I guess we can get rid of it. Just, okay, that's something different, but it's alright. So, now I have to decide what's going to come next. Let's see. Maybe we can start with the skills. Starting with the skills could be interesting. So we will create a simple skill, just one, and we will give it like 3 or 5 levels. And we should be able to progress it by advancing seasons. We could do that. So back to planning. Save system, skill system. So that skill system that we will rename. Well, actually, add a dummy skill to train. That could be interesting. And I actually estimate 1 hour for this one. So I don't know how you guys plan time, if you do, but I remember we tended with, well, I'm not sure how to have the time for this thing, but we used to say that a task was always 1 hour. Like we wouldn't go under that. So add a dummy skill to train. Save system. It's gonna be a simple one. We can go collecting a few textures. That could be great. So that was in Ninja. I remember this one. What will we need? Oh, that could be interesting. I will pick it. This mountain could be interesting, as well as the bamboo. We will need a high kick. The kimono could be interesting as well. Onigiri, the mirror, the shrine, the tea. Well, actually a lot. Oh, actually I have quite a nice set. Okay. That's a quick one, but okay, someone's coming in with me. Um, I will check that as soon as I'm done downloading all this. So those could be useful for task icons, for example, while others could be useful for skills. So we have someone who comes in, Nicola, who says current season +1 modulo 4. So is that, I'm guessing right now, but is that for the game time, progress time here? To have this thing, new season being equal to current season +1 modulo 4. Why so? Or is it, wait a second. I really can feel my brain absolutely refusing to think about it. Current season +1 modulo 4. So what you would do is get the remainder, because that's what modulo does, right? It gets the remainder of divided by 4. So if you get to 4, the remainder would become 0. That makes sense. And if we do have, let's say, more than +2, then we go from 3 to 5, and the remainder is 1, which means spring again. Well, summer. So I guess that would be it. Let's say that. So data.current season is going to be equal to data dot current season plus 1 modulo 4. We good? Well, we'll get rid of that. Let's see. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, spring. Yes, and we're cycling. I actually want to add 3 just for the science. The spring, spring, summer, autumn, winter, spring, summer, autumn, spring, well, winter, spring, summer. Well, we're just going backtracking at this point. All right, that's great. But that's a quick, simple, and effective contribution. So that's for you to tell me if you don't want to be logged as a contributor. But at the moment, you will be. And that will be 1 in programming. Yeah, I guess I didn't make a typo. That's right. Oh, I'm tracking something. Okay, I didn't see that. For collecting free textures, I just need to import those in the game now. So download. Okay, so I'm gonna bring everything, remove those we already have. So acrobatic, bamboo, Fuji, high kick, high punch, you be gone. Lantern, Onigiri, Pagoda, scroll and quill, be gone again. Into shrine mirror. Teapot leaves. Wave, crest, and the last one, yin yang. Do we still have wounds? Oh, we're getting low. But that's alright. Maybe you actually do have new spells. Yes, we do. Okay. We do, but they don't seem that interesting. Or are they? Yeah, I will check that later. So, technically, I should tackle on working on the skills now. But the question is, do I want to break? I don't know. I can go, but it will be slightly slow because we can definitely tell if you've been following since the beginning that the pace slowed down a little bit, not to say a lot. We're collecting free textures, that's done. Yeah, I don't really need to log that. Add a dummy skill to train. So I'm reserving 1 hour to do that. So we can track time and there goes the timer. Okay. So here we are in game. Okay, let's clean this a little bit. Game.gd, great. Debugger, clear. I'm gonna create a new singleton for the skills. Those skills. Singletons. Okay, we do have our skill singleton. So at the moment, I will only manage one. Do I want to create a data object for it? I will create a data object for it. So that's going to be script data skill. Data skills. We will have skill level. We do need a little bit more than that. Because we need to know exactly how many training sessions we need per level. So yes, we need the level and we need the progress. I'm starting to think that a quarter of a year for a cycle is too big of it's too big. That the game will run very quickly. Well, if we really think about it, is that so bad? Maybe not. Maybe not. Skill level progression. Okay, 0, 0. So in skills here, I need my skill requirements. It's going to be an array integer. And here I have to remember what I did the last time before leaving. So it's going to be 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5. So we have level 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Function get max level will return an integer and will return the size minus 1, I guess. So skill requirement dot size minus 1. That's one thing. And then we will have on time progress. Or, well, that's probably better. On time progress. Or, wait a second. No. We don't want to do that. We want to create a progress skill thing. And we need to grab the data. On ready. We want valuable data skills to be equal to game.ref.data.skills. Doesn't exist. Thanks to notice me. Here. So data.skills. Okay. So what we want to do is to progress by 1. So data.skill. Is that progression? Yes, it is. I will name it skill progression, otherwise it's going to be confusing. So skill progression plus equal 1. And I will check for level up. Well, I'm gonna go with the other side. I will do it. I did it in a different way last time. I went negative. So I will go negative. Okay, so skills. Check for level up. So if data.skill progression is inferior or equal to 0, we want to level up. So leveling up, we do want data.skill level is equal 1. And then we want to update the requirements. So data, okay, we want to make a check. If data.skill level is superior or equal to max level, we want to return. And I remember that we do want to check that before as well. So this way, now we can go with data.skill progression plus equal skill requirements with the index level. So data.skill level. I think that's what we need to do. So if data is inferior, skill progression is inferior to 0, we want to level up. That's cool. And I will just change the action here so that I don't have to think about it anymore. Yes, do that. Okay, that's it. We just need to check for level up, and eventually we'll have to fire a few signals. So signal skill progressed and skill evolved, no, leveled up. So here we just have to fire a few signals. Oh, and we want to check that progress skills. If data.skill level superior equal to get max level, we don't want to progress. So here, skill progress dot emit skill. Well, we want to level up after well, we don't necessarily need to. Well, we do. I'm gonna do this differently. Here I need to say skill level up dot emit, and I need to replicate this at the very end. Skill level up dot emit. Okay, so we should have the signals ready. So we just have to add a few labels. I'm gonna add, did I click? Yes. Godot a little bit slow. So we'll just, yeah, slightly slow. You okay, Godot? Yes, you're okay. I guess I will reset. Or maybe it is, well, I don't know. Either it is the stream or is it malware on the side, but it was fine before 4.3, so. And I genuinely can't unplug my keyboard. Oh, the node didn't even add. That's odd. So we do want a little spacing of 16 pixels. That's gonna be great. So here we'll have skill level, and we'll duplicate it to have skill progress. I'm gonna grab the label code. Okay, what do we have? We have on skill leveled up. So what do we do? Text equal skill level. And here the level is going to be skills dot ref dot, and I don't have get level. We have get max level. So we're going to create get level. 1, 2, 3. Function get level. And we'll just return data dot skill level. And we will do the same for progression. Okay. Void can't return int. That makes sense. I will allow it. So skill level, skill.ref.get get level. So of course, skills must be connecting to this. And I will grab this line of code. Okay. Now to the next one. Let's update the second label. Forward next skill. And we want get progression. But toward next level actually. And we do want to connect on skill progressed. So what happens if I start the game right now? Get level on base null. Yes, I probably didn't add the singleton. And then we want to make sure that when we progress task here, we want to have a complete task thing. So that's going to be a little bit weird. Function complete task. And here we'll have skills dot ref dot progress skill, and that's all we need, I guess. If current task is cultivate, we want to complete task. Well, not really. We want to progress skill actually. So skills, and here we want to progress. And let's get rid of that. Let's see. Skill level is 0. And if we go to the next season, wait a second. Wait a second. progress task. Yes, I want to do that after we update the task actually. If that makes sense. First, we want to check if we need to progress or update. And anyway, after we update, we progress. Or we update and progress in there. Huh. Let's see. But that will make more sense like this, I guess. But it doesn't increase anyway. Because the current task is cultivate. And this should increase, it doesn't. So here we go in ref progress skill. Ref progress skill. If data is superior to get max level. Did you get that? Do you get in there? Yes, you do. And we don't check for level up. Now we know. This should be better. Yes. And if we do chores, we don't level up. And we can cultivate again to level up to 4, 5. So it takes, well, it doesn't take 5 years, but at the moment, just to get to level 7, it takes 4 years. Almost 5. That's interesting. So we're getting better. We're definitely getting better. I will actually add a little spacing in there because I do like it. Okay. I kind of appreciate how we progress through that, and I can easily see how I will add features over time. So that's great. Because here, add a dummy skills to train. What if I say finish? And I log that. We happy? Do we want to care about saving yet? We don't really have to care about it because honestly, the estimated time is like 15 minutes tops. So it's whatever the amount of work we add before that, it's going to be very quick anyway. So I think what I will do is create a sect level. Let's create a little node here. So sect working for the sect allows the player to unlock new skills. Player to unlock new skill levels. Participating in chores or exploration quests. Control or exploration increases the reputation of the player within a sect. So this way, yeah, that's all I will keep for the moment. So we need to implement a kind of sect reputation and sect level. So let's add task for that, which is going to be add a faction reputation system. And at the same time, we want to add a way, well, skill system. So I'm going to add skill. Allow external inputs to increase the max level. If that makes sense. So add a faction reputation system. I think we can estimate that to 1 hour and this to 1 hour as well. The description of allow external inputs to increase the max level. What we're going to say is we want the faction system to be able to push the max level based on the faction level. We can add subtasks. Okay, so here let's try this. Well, we don't really need subtasks, but we can add more to the description. We want we might want to fully build the skill requirements array. And create another variable for the maximum level. Yes, that's a good note to add. Add a faction reputation system. Add a faction level. The player can increase by performing chores or exploration. Leveling up will increase the maximum level of task. No, sorry, maximum level of skill attainable. Okay. So we are 3 hours in. So I think I'm gonna take a break, but I will probably not break the stream for either. I mean, I don't know how to work that. I will check just for the sake of. Yeah. No. Okay, I don't know how to land it. I want to break the stream, but I will probably take a break. Around 5 to 10 minutes, I don't know really. So if you want to keep going, I mean, I don't know, if you guys want to see more content, I will see. Just drop something in the chat or whatever, and I will check when I come back. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a break, and if you want the stream to keep going, say so in the chat or whatever, and I will see when I get back. Hopefully, I don't necessarily need that. I will just add a big label to my game. What's happening? Okay, that's a little bit weird. What if I start a game? Yes, it's the last step. Okay, right, good. So I'll just add a label. To the center of the game. Theme. Let's run this. Okay. Right, I'll be right back. Eh, I am back with no battery on my phone, so that's going to be the less fun part. Okay, so. I actually can see the chat here. There would probably be much more fun games if 1 hour game jam would were 3 hours. We talked about this. I don't want to say we talked about this quite a lot, but we did. And to be fair, I wouldn't like it to be 3 hours every time. But we mentioned the idea of having longer jams once a month around the first Friday, something like this. So maybe there's gonna be this. I don't know if she wants to do that. But yeah, 3 hours is a nice increase. And then, dude, please continue. Really love your content. Okay. And okay. There you go. So, taking a break. So I can get rid of this label. Yes. Maybe I want to save what we did so far, which is adding. What did we add? Skill. Add dummy skill. Add dummy skill training. Sable, what do you think about having your Discord work as a team in a longer jam? That could work very well. Very much well. And we have La Poule Mexicaine. Hey, nice to see you. I haven't seen you ever, so welcome here. If you care to introduce, feel free to do that. And otherwise, you can browse the channel for some tutorials. Not sure if bonsoir or hola here. Bonla. It's bonsoir, definitely. And it's the night, so yeah. That works. That works. And we actually have a Mexican chicken, so why not? So, yeah. I think I did prepare a few things to do. What we have: add a faction reputation system and increase the max level. Allow external inputs to increase the max level. So it could be interesting to work on faction levels. Yes, bonsoir. I want to put my phone to recharge, but I can't unplug the light. That would be sad. So I have to go there. For you, La Poule. For La Poule, it's again, it's been both. Probably Hola. I don't even remember how you say good evening in Spanish languages. So we can work on faction reputation. So I have 1 hour. Why not? So I'm going to create another singleton. All right. Why not? Let's see. It's absolutely crazy how I just create singletons for everything. But what the hell? So factions. So just to check, we do have one, two, three, four, five, six. We have 6 singletons so far. So we're gonna add faction. Okay. Buenas tardes is good afternoon. Should be buenas noches. Yes. Well, I don't know for other languages, but I do know that in French, that bonne nuit really means that you're going away. Don't say that as a greeting, as a departure. Faction singleton. You have the singleton reference. Static variable ref. Function init. And else we want Q3. So that's it for the faction. So here I can say that faction will level up. And here is our singleton. So we will have faction speed progress, the faction uh, progress. Yeah, faction progress, that's gonna be fine. Yes, boundary means that you're going to sleep, definitely. You're supposed to know Spanish well, but you do sometimes make mistakes. Yes, well, I do make mistakes with English often. If you won't tell anyone, it's a secret. That's a big secret. Important big secret. So I do need to create another data object. So data factions. So here, I'm gonna go with faction level and faction requirements. Actually, I'm gonna take the same progression. It's actually quite a nice music. And yeah, I realized I didn't leave room. You good? Oh no, I broke Godot. I broke Godot. Oh, and I do have to change this right away. That's alright. So apparently, yeah, they don't really like going side to side. Do you like it now? Yes, that's a little bit better. It gives you something to watch if you're wondering where this is going. Actions. But first, skill. So I can steal the array. So actually yes. Action requirement 1 1 2 3 3 5 4 5. That was great. Never create the exact same method actually. Now you're thinking, that's great. It's been a long time. What if you're speaking English but all your viewers are French? Just like you anyway. This is something which may very much occur. But the point is that when someone join in, if they are looking for English and can't understand French, they might be sad and leave right away. But if we watch the overall distribution, I do have a lot of French, but it's not the most I do have. Definitely not. Well, Yuri just said he's Estonian, assuming he's a he. Well, but yeah, overall it's mostly American, USA. We can actually check because it is the kind of things which can change definitely. Yes, like French do come at only 1.7% of my viewers. Or my views. That's a little bit different. Views and viewers are different, but yeah. And you can see my insane. Oh no, you can't. Never mind. Because when I come on this page with my phone, you can see the absolutely insane earning of this channel of zero. It's beautiful. US is swarming. It's definitely swarming. I'm so gonna be lazy about this. So we are in factions. We have the factions. Okay, so I can say goodbye to auto completion, or is it because it wasn't saved? It wasn't saved. Guess this random thought will stay some conspiracy theory in my head. Yeah, because interestingly enough, I do have a lot of French which communicate with me. I mean, which interact more than. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just uh, confirmation bias. I don't know. Get max level. Return Faction requirements. Size -1. Get level. Data dot faction level. Get progression becomes faction requirements. Faction requirements. Well. Anyway, this will be gone one of these days, so I'm not gonna sweat it. So here we have faction level, progress, faction. It's getting messy. Data, faction requirement. Check for level up, check for level up. Here we want faction level up. Oh, faction requirements. Yes. Almost created mayhem. And faction something dot emit. Faction progressed. Level up, data, faction level. Get max level, faction level again. The time. Get max level. Oh, this one's nice too. Actually, this entire album is pretty nice. Guess once they figure out your Frenchies are more inclined to reach to you. Maybe. Maybe they do. I had a few people who directly spoke in French on the Discord, but that was not that much. Faction requirements. Actually, I have an idea for the music, but give me a few seconds and I will just... There's a lot actually. It will take some time. All this because I don't want to break by changing and don't create a new playlist. And for once you actually get to see me from the front, which is not that often. And then, just to finish, so in order it's this one. What did I... Okay, I'm lost now. Almost done. Almost done. Okay, we're good. So, did I miss anything? No, that's right. That's cool. Where was I? Leveling up, checking for level up, blah blah blah. So now I just need to stop doing that on Melville because I'm going to run out of this. Right. And then so first we will just create the user interface to watch the faction levels. And once we're done with that, we will try to bind faction skills. I'm gonna create two labels. Oh no! Huh. I'm gonna try something just out of curiosity. So maybe it's just having Melville on the side. He's like super jealous and wants to be the only one. He wants to be the only guy. Okay, so faction level. Kills. Nope. Dot get level. Yes. So on faction leveled up, we want no. This can copy that and the connection. Dot rev dot faction leveled up. So that's the first one. And the second one here. I want to get the progression. So we want to grab the progressed on faction progressed. Great. So we do need to check the tasks. Because if current task is equal to chores, we want factions and dot rev dot progress. Let's see. Did we break the game or is it playable? Factions level 0. So we can cultivate to grow to level 3. And then we can go to chores and progress faction levels and go back to training skills. This looks fine. This looks very fine. Maybe I will remove this one from the playlists. Kind of feels like it breaks the mood of the series. So anyway, now, Now what we want is to lock the max level of the skill. The skills, I'm going to create a variable max level, and by default it's going to be 3. And get max level, we just return max level. Here. What we're going to do is calculate the new max level. So this will come in the form of a calculate function. So here we have calculate max level. So max level, which should be hidden, hide it, will be equal to 3 plus game dot ref dot data dot factions dot faction level. One skill level per faction level is going to be great at the moment. Okay, I really want to do that to read, but anyway. Will your skill and faction levels be two separate things, or will they interact with each other? Like, for example, the more skilled you are, the better you perform at chores. Not in this, or not in this side, but in the other side. Certain factions, the better courses you have access. Yes, that's the second one. Definitely the second one. Can I actually- Oh, okay. Let me see. Can I do that? Okay. I got something. Hmm. I'll do that. I'm just gonna squish you like this. Okay. You are now officially. I don't have the English word for that, but you're here for everyone to see. It's actually way easier for me to read, just saying, because the other screen is the laptop screen and it's way smaller. Way, way smaller. Me, mom. Definitely. So let's see, where was I? Calculating the max level. So to calculate the max level, we need to know when to calculate. So function on faction leveled up. We just want to calculate. It's that simple. And we also want to calculate when we get ready. Maybe we can try this actually. We're just gonna add a few. Let's try this. I didn't connect the signal. So factions, dot ref. The factions will have to be on top, I believe. I don't know, I just want to fire. I mean, I want to see what happens with faction at the bottom. So right there, I'm blocked. But I can go do some trolls and go. "Hmm, that's interesting." I guess I'll have to think this one through. I have to manage the moment. That's a tough one. I guess it's actually workable. I have an idea, but I'm not 100% sure it's gonna work for ever in every situation. And I do think that I actually can grab my phone back now. Except that the phone doesn't have the chat. I mean, it does, but it's empty. Okay, I got it. Back to classic. Just gotta change position, and we're back to it. So, calculate level. So we want to check something in skills. That's kind of a rough patch, and I don't really like it, but that's alright. On factual level up, calculate max level. But before, if get level is equal to max level, then we want to. Why is my nose so itchy? We want to calculate get level and to get the requirement of the next one. Or we could do it differently. No, we're just gonna go with requirement. So data dot skill progression plus equal skill requirement of get level. No. Data dot skill level. Yeah, that's very bad. Okay, so we're max level. Okay, so it does work. We just need to update the progression. Skill progressed dot emits. I'm not sure I really like this. I'm going to notify this. Um, ugly messy patch. So we could add different informations, something like a variable which is true false, which tells the game, did the game apply the new requirement of this level? Did it take it? Yes, no. so that we can check, do we actually need to take this? That's something we could do on the long run, but that's something I will keep on the side of my head, and that's something I will write. But anyway, I wanted to try, so let's try this now. So we go level 3, and we get a new max level. So we can go level 4. Okay, let's see how long it takes to reach level 7. We actually need to be level 7 here. And then the higher we can reach is 10, I believe. So we can reach level 10 in 14 years. That's interesting. And here we are blocked. Here we are blocked in 14 years. Considering that right now we do only have one skill. Why I did plan to have basically 2 skills. So I guess we actually completed whatever I was working on. And I didn't pick anything. Yes, I did. Artifaction reputation system. Well, that's a big way to say it. That's a big way to say it. I'm gonna delete this one and consider this one instead. So increase the max, allow external inputs to increase the max level. Did that take 1 hour? I don't know. I can't remember when I came back. It is 4 hours, 23 minutes, and I can't know when I came back here. So, what is it really that we want to do now? Let's watch the game. We could start thinking about the UI. In the sense that I basically want something that when we click on this button, it opens. What do you want? Internal or external? But at the same time, we don't actually have different skills to train. So it could be interesting to work on creating multiplicity on the skills. It's starting to come together in my head. I actually have an idea, which I will note after reading this. A toggle next to the next season button, which lets the season flow by themselves, like the equivalent of one button pressed every 10 seconds. Would probably be some players. Definitely. In fact, this button that you are talking about will be forced when you play the game on hardcore. When you play the game on hardcore, time will pass and you will have to take decisions quickly, or you will be stuck doing basically cultivation, I guess. But yeah, we'll definitely make a auto skip. I need to add this to the backlog. So here we have a main menu, inventory system, combat system, and add Auto skip time toggle. I very do agree with that. It is very necessary. Okay, I'm blanking right now. So, what next? What next? Yes, handling multiple skills. This print is supposed to be for the entire week. Okay. And we've been working for 4 hours, I guess. Yes, four. Let's add new task. Create skill multiplicity. I don't know how long this will take. I guess this could fit in 1 hour. Maybe two. I will I will give two for the sake of. And I will track time on this one. Can I start tracking right there? No. I have to click and track time. Okay. So skill multiplicity. Oh, yeah. For yin path, I want internal skills to train faster. And here I want external skills. So I do need a canvas. So here we have task, where we want skills. So do we really need skill resource? We will try it, I guess. Skill resource. Do I really need to specify the extends resource? So the requirement could be in there. The array of integers. What do we need more? We need the name. Is a string. We need eventually description, which is a string. We need a texture. This is the texture 2D. And we probably need an ID. I guess we do need an ID. ID is going to be a string. And we will use dictionaries, I guess. You reminded me I'm almost done with the core fighting mechanics of my game, but I have yet to implement proper moves. Therefore, I'm not done at all. Okay, that's the way to put it. I actually can't remember if you shared your game. did you? You shared the projectiles. That was no vision who did share a lot of. Okay, I see it now. Never mind. I remember. Is that a 2D game? Yawning. No visuals. It is virtual combat. We will need to define a type for the skills, like external, internal. That could be interesting. Say though that's probably the first thing I do once I'm done with defining mechanics. Fighting visuals? I mean visuals for the fighting to happen? It maybe. So that would be the resource, and now we need to think about what we want to save. So that's a resource as well, actually. No, you mean sharing a video or something. Oh, okay. And yes, it's 2D. All right. Well, yeah. We all are very shy with our games. Unless you're like No Vision, who's having very good visuals, so they don't have any problem sharing. The data skill resource, we want to save. That's going to be saved in an array. So that will contain an array. Well, dictionary actually. So here we have skills. That makes sense. Dictionary. And, and. I will probably have to describe. Well, I will have to create an object. So the key will be a string. I don't know how we used to type dictionaries, like something like this. String 2 or string, and here we need to create an object. Skill. Like this. And now we can create skill. So what does it have? Does it need to have the index within it? The ID? Yeah, maybe. Let's just keep the ID. Let's name it. Let's name it key. I like it better. So it will have the key, the level, it will have the progress. I think I know how I'm going to patch the problem of unlocking new levels and requirements. I know how I'm going to handle this. That's the simple bug fix, I guess. If we can name this a bug fix. But oh yeah, we will handle that. So skill object key string level progress. Very cool. Let's go. I'm slightly tired, but I could go with that. Let's clean our space a little bit. Or maybe we need to save something. Do we have things to save? Yes. Add dummy skill training. And here we add faction reputation. Add dummy faction reputation, to be fair. Let's mute. My nose was so itchy. But yeah. Yeah, you remember you shared the Digimon viewer with your argument. Definitely. That's what I found. I scrolled a little bit on Discord and I found it. So, and the little. Well, yes, that was with you. I had this discussion, but there's a girl. She makes videos on MMORPGs, and very often she uses the music of Five City, and it really works to trigger the nostalgia. That's very cool to hear this music sometimes. This is a game I should replay once if I install the PlayStation 1 emulation tools. So here, dummy faction reputation. Let's push this. Okay. Oh, actually, I started tracking time. Yeah, so it's only 10 minutes. Actually, we can chill. That's probably why I burnt out in my last job. I'm always rushing everything. Well, there's no need to rush anything, to be fair. You checked her out, and for some reason, apart from that bit of this Digimon well OST, I found nothing else related to that game on the channel. Yes, nothing. Definitely not. Probably she just played the game and that was it. She remembered it, or she, I don't know. She must have played it when she was young. Because it's not an MMO anyway, so there's no reason. But it really takes me back to this era where when MMORPGs they were so popular. And even though I've never played World of Warcraft, it's so weird to pronounce. Even though I never played it, um, yeah, it was a different time. The way we consume games today is very different. Very, very different. So is that the real music? Why is it paused? Okay, my bad. I don't know why. I must have touched the earplug. So I'm just cleaning a little bit for the next work I'm doing. For that screen I shared, I remember the excitement. My Digimon was properly moving, expressing its needs, and pooping all as intended. Yeah, it's always very, very, very exciting to have something work. Like here, I'm not as excited as I used to, but it's actually a great start. I mean, to be fair, when I started the stream, I didn't really know where I was going. I just knew that I would create a project, try some things on the hack and plan, and that's it. Would have never done this without you. Well, that's thank you, but you're the one doing the work, even though I'm handing keys. Okay, so I need to create a new folder for my resources. And actually, I need a folder for the abstracts as well. Or maybe I will have abstracts within resources. That makes more sense. Abstracts. Yeah, baby steps have to be made. There's no reason not to be happy about this as well. Definitely. Definitely. If you don't, you will get bitter and sad very quickly. Which is what we tend to do sometimes on social networks. Like, yeah, it's hard to be a very, very beginner because people tend to be completely dismissing whatever you're doing. As in, oh, that's easy. Why are you even talking about it? So we have purple, and we need to nudge everything a little. So usually singleton reaches yellow, but this time it will probably not because abstracts is within resource. So we want to create a new script, which is going to be skill. No wonder peeps are shy about their projects, definitely. I usually try to encourage people to share their project, especially since that may seem weird, but just because I do have pretty much no visuals on my project, anything with a little bit of textures will always look better than mine. So, yeah, if that can help people. So, where's my list? It's right there. Yeah, that's kind of annoying, but peer resource. Okay, so we have G. Oh, I need to set default values, I believe. I think I'm gonna preload everything. And I need a debug texture. Debug texture is gonna be. Oh, I didn't pick meditation? That's too bad. Oh, debug texture is gonna be pagoda since that's the icon of the game. What is a ninja raptor? Just curious. Oh, we on the next day. Yep, since 15 minutes. So we are at texture and then style. Oh, I need to create that enum. Where do I want to create styles? Probably not there. Well, at the moment it's gonna be there until I find a better place. So styles, and by default styles will be equal to styles.internal. And the last thing is a requirement. And the array is gonna be 1. Oh, Yuri's back. I keep deleting my projects and starting new ones. Yeah, I'm guilty of that too. So I'm actually thinking very a lot about making a video about non-game dev techniques that can be applied to making games and which can change things drastically. And one important technique between the two, well, they're both equally important, but the first one is basically what we usually name visualization, which is your capacity to visualize your project mentally before you actually do it. And the thing is that you don't want to get, I mean, at some points when you're in that cycle where you scrap everything and start over again and over and over and over, you want to start a new project by making sure that before you start it, you're able to visualize the entire project fully. Because one of the main reasons usually we stop a project is because we do overscope. So overscoping needs its own video as well. And that's one of the main reasons. Another important reason is when you have internal resistance. So that's psychological work. That's the second technique. Second technique, which is named parts work, like parts with parts and parts work. And yeah, because you do want to check your internal resistances because sometimes you do have inner parts which are definitely dedicated to not finish something. So yeah, the question was, do you mean scrapping the project altogether or just the Godot archive to make a better one from scratch? And here the answer is rather completely scrapping. I always feel that my code is poorly structured when coding something outside the tutorial. So I'm not gonna lie, or not to scare you, I still do that all the time, like all the time. So yeah, somehow, yeah, I would say that there's a part of inner resistance. There's a part of internal resistance to non-perfectionism, I guess. And yeah. But usually the thing is that when we overscope, indeed, having a poor base structure is very scary because a poor base structure is like you are scared that whatever you add on top of that will fail because the structure is not solid enough. So when you feel that the structure is slightly, just slightly vulnerable, you start to panic. I mean, that's a possibility. Like that's, I mean, that's a possibility, not a. Just game dev has different approaches to the development. Okay, I didn't read the first one. It still doesn't completely click in my head how to properly choose between resources, classes, nodes, dictionaries. And even though I'm a developer and I know the purposes of data structures, just game dev have different approach to the development. Each and every item can be used differently, and I guess the best way is for you to choose which one makes sense to you. In my case, I did avoid resources altogether for a very long time. I was dedicated to not use resources. And it is definitely possible to never use resources. You don't have to. But use it if they make sense to you. If they don't, it's not necessary. Dictionaries, nodes, and arrays. So basically, did you mention arrays? No. Resources, classes, nodes, dictionaries. So I guess that classes are objects. So as long as you don't feel the need to use resources, just use classes for everything. And the difference between a node and or an object is actually very simple. It comes in two questions. Like, do you need to add it to the tree? And do you need signals? That's it. If either of those questions is yes, then you want to make a node for either of these two. But if they're both no, you don't need to make a node. I don't think you do. As for dictionaries, you need dictionaries when you are working with multiplicity. In other words, when you have something of one nature which can come in you don't know how many amount, then you will need a dictionary. That's when you need, yeah, pretty much. So here we have the requirement and dictionary. Oh, you probably mean when to use a dictionary over an array. Okay, that's a little bit different. Choosing between dictionaries and array is usually how do how do you work with the data? Here they are both exactly the same, and it's just up to what feels more comfortable to you at one given time. Here, for example, I'm gonna use a dictionary because I do feel like it's simpler to manage the skills with keys rather than indexes. I'm pretty sure my code would give seizures to you all. Yes, definitely. That's very probable. But at the same time, you do things, right? So why not? Well, that way to explain speaks to me. Thanks. Glad to hear that. Okay, so we have the skill resource created. So now we should be able to create skills. So let's create skills. Oh, I didn't create an attribute. So I need to add an attribute. So we have the style and attributes or elements. No, attributes is fine. The problem is that since I am a web dev, I'm thinking in JSON objects and dictionary is the closest to them. But Godot is much more about OOP. Yeah. But I mean, if you're using either of the big threes, namely Angular, React, or Vue, you are already doing object-oriented programming. Because in all three, you should be using components, and components are objects. So it is true that, yeah, I gotta admit that I had a 2 years break between web and game, so I had time to flush all this. But think about components as objects or vice versa. I think this could eventually help. I'm not so sure, but it could. So I'm gonna create skills now. So skill 01. Key. Key 01. Yin internal. This has no description. And we need meditation. Style internal, attribute yin, requirements. So we want 1, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna add 20 levels. Oh no! It created another page. So 4, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 4, 4, 5, 7, 3, 10, 19, 25, 35. Oh, that's a lot. But let's go. So here I'm gonna 25, so that's 80. Um, that's a lot. That's definitely a lot. But I'm okay. I'd say component equals scene and HTML tags equal nodes. Signal equal event listeners. Yes, but scenes are objects. So nodes are objects. Scenes are nodes containing nodes. So scenes are objects containing objects. So altogether, you work with a lot of objects. When it comes to data storage or management, I don't understand why I can't make it efficient. Probably because there's no perfect answer to that. So you always have to choose between two bad things and which one is the one you prefer. Like I want to make towns, each with unique names, storage, inventory, etc. And to be able to move between them, it just manage a town singleton with array town, where town is a node resource. It depends. Do you actually need again? Do you actually need to change things within the town? Is the town an immobile object in your world, and everything regarding the town is fixed? Then you want to use a resource. If you actually want to allow the player to change values within the town, then you want it to be a node instead. Then for the question, when you have a lot of towns, there it becomes a little bit complicated, but you want it to be in an array, definitely, or a dictionary. You need to have a way to find or to connect each individual town to their position in the array or dictionary. Sounds like the question you asked on Discord yesterday. Actually, to me, it doesn't. I'm gonna mute again. It's slightly similar, but there's a slight differences. But since one resource equal one node, I could use resource as well. One town, sorry. One resource equal one town. I could use resource as well. I understand the resource as a reference to the same object. You could. Well, just see how I'm here we're creating skills, for example. So as you can see, I'm creating the blueprints. Then I'm creating all the instances. So right there we have skill 01. And now we're going to create skill 02. So again, so this one is skill 02. Here I'm creating unique keys so that we can access and know how to reach one skill by their keys. Debug, so the name is going to be yin external. Description, I'm gonna leave no description. And I will change this to quick load, to load sets textures. Yin is going to be kick. Style external, attribute yin, and requirements arg. I will. The thing is that you can use resources as long as you don't expect the player to modify its contents. That's it. So you can create as many towns and they will all be resources as long as the player isn't updating the values, either by direct input or indirect input. Or if they do, you want to make sure that, well, there's another very specific thing. You have to question that town, will it exist in different instances? If that makes sense. Because a town will never exist twice. They are going to be unique. But the problems people have with resources is when they create different things of the same nature, but which can be instantiated. So I'm going to use an example which is very simple. Um, right. So can you show me? Well, I wanted an image to, well, yeah, let's go with that. Let's say that you have the resource. Let's actually use a class. It's going to be easier. You have the resource monster. That's the blueprint. So you have monster, which is the resource blueprint. And from there, you create a zombie and a skeleton. And they all are instances of that resource. So they are resources. Resource. So those are the two files, the two resources you have created. Here you have the texture. So maybe we can expand this a little bit more. Resource blueprint. So you have the texture, name, behavior, whatever. You have this. But then when you play the game, here you do have zombie 01 and zombie 02, zombie 03, skeleton 3, skeleton 2, and skeleton 1. So as you can see, all those people in there, they will share. They will share this. And those three here, they will share this. But this resource is common to all three. So if you change the resource for one, it will change the resource for others. So what you want is that information which is related to one single one, zombie, you want it to be contained within the node of the zombie. So here you will have current health and position and stuff. So yeah, maybe that cycles back to the question Fluffy asked. So here you have position. And this is contained within a zombie and not within the resource. Right, I think that's the best explanation I can do between what's a resource, what you should put in a resource and in a node. Right. I just said there will be only one instance of specific town, and yes, I want its value to be updated during gameplay, and there's no point to create it as a resource. You can, but ultimately that will be in the save file. So what will be in the resource is the original blueprint. So, where's my... So you will have your town and original blueprint with value 1 and value 2. And then what you will do is duplicate this, and that will be the data duplicate. Which will contain the new values, and the data duplicate will be in your data objects here. There you will have your duplicates of whatever you want to save, what you want to persist. So you still have the original blueprint, but you just create a new one. And eventually, what will happen is that you will have something in between, which will be the town node, which will read either this one or this one. So first it will read the original blueprint for the very first time, and then it will read the loaded blueprint. And the thing is that a resource is just data for nodes to use. So resources alone are useless. And nodes are just using resources as tools. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I will copy this. It's just too bad I can't. Can I copy that? No. So I will have to remember those. I just no, it's okay. We already tackled this one. I thought you answered. So we have one, two. Well, just on the ring. I'm just filling the numbers. It's definitely not super fun. And something's wrong. Okay. Okay, we have one. Well, two. So I guess I will just keep those two skills at the moment. I don't need more. Even though I could definitely add this to the backlogs. Yes, I will. Okay, thank you again. Whoa, what did I do? I think I can make it work in one way or another. Maybe not quite efficient, but I get there. Yes, resources are very confusing. I know. I know. And it really took me to try to explain it to understand it fully. Because I think the first time I had it wrong. So I wanted to do something. I wanted to add a backlog for, yes, create more skills. So that was going to be in design. We had 2 hours. We were at 47 minutes. We were fine. So I want to go back to my skills. And this we can get rid of. So now skill progressed. We'll take an argument. Max level is gonna be gone. Oh, maybe we need to. Maybe we need to add the levels to the object. So Gorilla says, I looked it up some more and it seems Godot have a built-in way to make resources unique. The way I see it, take care of instantiating him as many times as need all by itself. It takes care. You mean duplicating? You probably mean duplicating because it's not meant for resources to be instantiated by default. It can be useful in specific situation, but I'm pretty sure it's not meant to be the default usage. Oh, you put a screening. Oh, okay, makes a resource unique. Oh, that's different. I think what you have here, Fluffy, is to make sure that when you create, when you bind resources within the properties of the inspector, to make sure that they are unique and they do not override something. So you can, I mean, it's probably just an auto duplicate of whatever you're loading. But it won't work when you do this directly within the code. So Yuri says, actually, I understood resources better after your video about UI themes, where resources are represented by node backgrounds, colors, etc. They're much more logical this way. Yes, that's what they are initially. And that's how Godot uses resources. It uses those for textures, backgrounds, and stuff. But the thing is that you can extend this behavior to more than just textures and colors. As I said, if you watch the zombie, they all have the same texture, or they have a few set of textures. They all have the same way to move their hands. They all have the same attack. So why would they all have their individuated texture, name, behavior when they share it? That's the concept of resources. But again, if it doesn't make sense to you, just don't use it because for many things it didn't. And for a very long time, yes, it didn't. And it's perfectly possible to make a game without it. Absolutely. 100% possible. Okay, so back to this skill multiplicity, I think I will start by creating a dictionary here. Okay. So we have the dictionary. And in there, we'll create skill 01. And I do need to create an object. And in fact, I wrote what this object is. don't need that. So this object is key level progress. So I don't know where I'm gonna put that. So here we have data skills. So here in script, we're gonna create abstracts. So we can have skill. Oh yes, but we already do have skill there. So here is skill resource. So here is gonna be skill. Extending objects to confuse you even more. Yes. Oh, okay, it's the skills.jd is a little bit lost. Yes, I will come back to you later. Where is my blueprint? Key level progress. Well, wait a second. Technically, it needs to be resource for the sake of data saving. Yes, it's a data skill. Do I need to create that, or just have to tab? I don't know. Expected indented block after class declaration. Yes. So here we have export variable key. It's a string debug. Yes, okay. Export variable level int equals 0, and export variable progression. We probably could have like a screenshot video sharing Discord channel. Well, to be fair, I don't mind if it is in a general discussion. No, no, no. Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think about it if I don't forget, but I will think about it when I see it again. I think. So here we need a key. Actually, I don't remember where I have to put those default values, so No, I don't think it's in the constructor. Over here, I can just go level. Well, I don't necessarily need to instantiate level. Well, it's probably better. Progression. Then we have void. And of course, key equal underscore key and etc. etc. Yeah. So here we do have a constructor, but do we want to have a default, a base level, if that makes sense? We will need unlocked level for sure. Max level will be, it will be in there. We could write with problems to the dedicated channel instead of the main. One of the Digimon World speedrunners I follow got this bot which pings everybody whenever he streams and erases the message when he ends the stream. Maybe the same can be done with the discussion thread and without them ping. Yes. Well, I do post the video of the stream, and since you can watch it in VOD, well, I don't see any reason why to remove it. Oh, that also confuses me where you have write a class inside a class. Is it the same class as if you created separate node data scale? Yes and no. Actually, it is something I used to do in TypeScript. So let's draw this very simply. So you have your program, and this is aka global. Then you will have a class within your program. So if you create another class, they can communicate with each other because they are in the same bubble, which is global. So you can think of those two classes as a variable of one bigger class, as if you said something like this. So this is completely different. That's no, I'm gonna create a new script. Let's say that you have this. You have class name global, and every time you create a class, you create a new variable which is class. Well, a class, and then a new variable which is another class, etc., etc. So because there are variables, I mean, there are siblings in the same global thing, they can communicate with each other, right? The same way you can go with function thing is going to do a class plus another class because they are in the same bubble. But when you write a class within a class, you actually create another bubble here, which is this bubble. So again, whatever is in its own bubble can communicate with other siblings in that same bubble. So another class doesn't have access to a third class by default because it is another file, sort of. However, it can reach a third class by piercing through that bubble by the sibling element. So here you can access class because they are sibling, and through class you pierce to get third class. And you get access to whatever is inside that bubble. The point of doing that is often because you don't want names to be overlapping. So, okay, you could have a third class here. So as you can see, those two classes, they have the same name, but they are different because one is a third class within class, while the second one is a third class within global. And as long as the final path is different, they are different. If that helps you. So here we will have data skill.new, and we will have skill01, level 0, progression, and max level 3. Oh, yes, I think it sounds like closures in JavaScript, but I got the point. Thanks. I don't know, never used closures. So we have this first skill, okay, and now we're going to create the second one. So skill 02 and data skill.new. So as you can see here, I'm creating objects, but because I use these keys, well, I don't necessarily need to add more informations because they are contained within the data objects with the same keys. So we have skill 02, 0, 1, 3. Those little guys here, they're probably running out of battery. I can have this. Right. I just hope the sound doesn't reach the microphone, but that should be fine. So we've actually had 100 person passing by the stream tonight. 150. That's a lot. But anyway, function init. Here, the reason why data skill is in there is because I don't see it being used anywhere else than here. That's all. So we have the two skills being listed, so now we can go back to skills.gd. Yep. So how will I work with that? On ready, so we'll have dictionary equal to skills.dictionary. Big. Oh yes, the people. Streaming for 5 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah. I mean, somehow time passes faster when you're on my side of the stream, from my experience. So on ready, let's see. I will have to do that differently. So at the moment, I will just do nothing on ready. Get max level. So that doesn't make any sense. Get level. Well, it does make sense, but we need a key. So we will return dictionary and we want the key, and this is data skills dot data skill. That's one of the reasons why we want this in another file, to be fair. No, that's max level we want. So dictionary return the max level. Yes. Dictionary key dot max level. Dictionary key dot level. I had afternoons like that when I had to be grabbed by the neck to stop coding and go eat. Well, that's what I did, basically. When I had a break, I went eating something. And I did eat right before the stream as well. Not much, but I did. So now it makes me realize I need to drink. Get progression is going to be exactly the same. Okay, progress skill. So again, we need a key. So if get level of key is superior of get max level of key, we want to return. So here skill progression is this. And we want to check for level up, and we want to transfer the key. Water, definitely. Check for level up, transferring the key here. So key string, if data does skill progression, so I can copy this, is inferior or equal to 0. Oh, okay, I made a slight mistake. Skill progressed dot emit, and here I need to share the key. And level up, I do need to share the key again. Calculate max level. This is obsolete, I guess. So how do I do that? Like this? Function level up takes a key. You have to share a key. So if skill data level, well, actually, I can use get progression instead of using that. Except here I can't because I'm assigning. But here I can. So get level of key inferior or equal to max level of key. And here I can't. So take that here. I think I don't need to. This check, in my opinion, is useless now. So we want progression to be equal to, oh, we have the requirement. So here we need the information of the skill requirement. So we need to have the database of the skills. I think I will just create databases, simple databases. The script, abstract data, and databases. So in there we will have skills. We should have class name, skill, object. Does it already exist? Yes, it does. Where? Oh, it's okay. So this is gonna be DB skills. And I will load my resources. So here we have you and skill 02 load, and we're gonna load this guy. Are we okay? Expected get set for declaration. Yes, because I didn't put equal. Okay, so DB skills ready. Plus equal. Here we have DB skills dot dictionary string of key. Well, actually, can I just put key? No, that's what's kind of weird. I don't know. It's just for auto completion. As what is it? Skill resource dot requirements, and then we get level key get level. Yes, that's a big line. It's a very big line. This might be too much typing in. I don't know. So we don't need this anymore. This is crazy. And what we will do at the moment is on faction level up, we will have ah, we just want to increase the skill. Dictionary of skill 01. So dictionary of skill 01 as data skills dot data skill minus dot max level. We want to increase this by 1. Okay. Now that we did all this, we want to go within the tasks. Tasks. Well, let's clean tasks. Progress skill, we want to progress skill 01. So maybe I should have created an enum. I don't know. I did that in the skill proficiency. Meh. Now I just need, I guess, too few arguments. Yes, in there. So skill level. I just need to say that I want skill 01. And this in there requires a key, which we will discard. This one should be fine. And here again, key string. I'm kind of curious if we can just start the game. Oh. Yes, of course. Access to property or key requirements on a base object of type null. Really? Because here, dictionary Oh, new key, new value. What? No, but skill 01. It exists. But requirements. No, that's not the right dictionary. So let's see our database. DB skills. Skill 01 is equal to. Let's go with reload. I don't think it's gonna change anything. But we can try. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So that worked. And now we just have a little problem showing the skill level. Get level of skill 01. So this doesn't work. So skills, get level, data skills. Or maybe is it because when we do level up, we don't update this? Data skills plus equal 1. If get level is superior or equal to get max level. Do we get there? Yes. Dictionary, string key, dot level. We increase by 1. Get level. So why? Oh, probably because there's no key in there. There's no key in the signal emission. That could be a reason. Oh, yes. And here we're blocked, so we can do chores. And can we go back? Except that here I can't progress. So I need to see what is my max level. So game data, skills, dictionary. Nope. No, bring me back. Max level didn't upgrade. So dictionary of skill 01. On faction level up. Oh yes, I disconnected. Faction star ref dot faction leveled up. Okay, we're back on track. Let's go. So let's get it to max level. Get a few more levels. And now we can go higher. Wow, that's great. now, now I'm excited. Now I'm excited and happy. I did achieve something that I may consider harder. I mean, challenging enough for me. Yes, that's cool. You. So I expected 2 hours. Well, initially I thought it was one. I thought it was one, but I wanted to be really, really, really cool about it. And to be fair, I think the 30 minutes are the time I spent explaining things. So that fit. It did fit in 1 hour. Create skill multiplicity. Wow, that's a big one. That's a big one. It's always something to add multiplicity. Not gonna lie. So yeah, very cool. So we want to create more skills. Also, I do want to change skill requirements to match yin yang proportions. So at the moment, I guess it could even look like a kind of idle game, right? You could say that instead of spam clicking to skip time, you could just choose and configure things so that every X seconds you would have something passing by. It's just that there's so not many choices to make. That's yeah. But anyway, what are those 29 days? Is it for the first sprint? Oh, it's funny because usually I thought a sprint was a week and not a month. But whatever. We need to create more skills. So maybe that's it actually. Yeah, that will probably be all we do this today. This today. And yeah, I hope you like this stream. Actually, well, we did reach the 150 finally for the end. That's great. So I have to say thank you to all of you who came by, who stayed the almost the entire stream. Not well, someone stayed the entire stream. And yeah, that was a cool experience to work on this project and start it. And the start is very promising. I'm very excited to keep going. So I think I will be back tomorrow. Maybe sometime. Let's say that we will start same time, but we never know. I'm gonna have a weird week because I'm moving this weekend. But yeah. So yeah, again, thank you for being there and keeping me company. And yeah, we'll see you probably tomorrow. And if you do watch the VOD, well, thank you for watching the entire VOD. And yeah, you practice, you take care, and I will see you later. And it's not like in the videos because I do have to click the button here, but